We're live. Welcome, everybody.
Yay.
Today we shall continue with part 2 of our exactly the second season, but our run of our Dune campaign. We are playing a published adventure called Time Becomes a Narrow Door. Before we begin anything, does anyone have any points they wish to spend? Any bookkeeping?
Already spent.
Negative.
Tycho Hansen?
No point expenditures at this time.
I was just taking that on the list, but nothing comes to mind.
Righto. Then we shall begin. Just recapping last session. You guys have been charged with bringing back a Renshu Mascaro as a debt to I guess, a friendly house. This takes place on Arrakis, where you guys find out that Renshu has, or you were initially informed that Renshu had joined a cult on Arrakis that preach the coming of the Mahdi and savior of the people on, or the Fremen. But you have later found out that he did not join a cult, he formed a cult. You guys went to visit the village of Owen. You went to the compound where his followers all hang out. Find out that he was not there. He was on a spiritual quest in the desert and has yet to return. While you were there, you spent some time getting to know the followers, and they seem to be all fairly, decent people. They're well and truly, they well and truly believe in their cause and believe that Renshu is the prophesized Mahdi. During that time, you also performed a few little side quests dealing with some issues that the followers of this compound or Renshu have had. There is still a couple more side quests that you are welcome to look into if your characters wish to do that. But right now, we left off last week with a mysterious person. Let me bring up some images. Mysterious person had who was it? It was Valtieri and who else?
Tansen.
Had beckoned for those two to join her in a tea room. just share that as the village of On. So, yeah, a little kid came up and tugged at Valtteri's cloak, pointed to the lady, or actually led Valtteri to the tea room, which you saw this lady. You made eye contact, and she stepped into the tea room, obviously wishing you guys to follow.
Right. Well, tea time.
Indeed.
We shall enter.
You enter this tea room, and your senses are immediately hit with the aroma of spiced tea and spiced coffee.
Here we go again.
In this case, you're not going to have a trip, but you are conscious of the aroma of the spice melange. You will see this woman sitting at a table, and there are empty places at this table. She watches you enter and waits for you to approach.
I'll walk up and go ahead and presumably sit down.
Well, as you get to the table and stand there, she will stand, greet you, and say,
blast you with balefire and you are wiped from the pattern.
That's rude.
she will first succeed her savoir-faire roll. And she greets you with the appropriate mannerisms and etiquette for someone of your standing. And she says, my Lord Tennyson, thank you for taking this time to speak with me. Please be seated. And she'll then gesture to Valtteri to take a seat as well.
Very well.
After you sit, she will sit. I will get perception rolls from both of you. These are vision based.
Box or no?
It doesn't matter. You can do it out in the open. Alright, so I will then get you to do either an IQ roll, or if you have some sort of current affairs that relates to like heraldry, then you're welcome to make that roll in substitute of your IQ. All right, so as you sit down and you sort of observe this woman, you will both see, the subtle characteristics or traits that tell you that she is some way affiliated with the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Possibly even being Bene Gesserit herself, but she's not obviously advertising that fact. But you see the subtle hints. Second.
Well, I think in this case, Valteria is going to actually point that out, say, represent the sisterhood or something like that.
Without flinching, she nods and says, "Yes, I do. My name is Fortuna." I speak with you today because I have a proposal for you.
Do go
Man,
on.
jumping straight to the marriage.
Yeah, they're going to line Tansen up with someone to breed the Kwisatz Haderach.
But he's already promised to Lady Tanyelu.
Plans change. She says, "We know why you are here and that you seek out Renshu Mascara. Mascara. Am I correct in this?"
Yeah, you are.
The Sisterhood is interested in learning more of this she pauses and she'll say, false prophet. One second while I turn my phone to silent, otherwise you guys are going to at some point hear a ding. Yes, we seek information on the activities of Renshu Mascaro. And we would like that you share this information with us. Of course, this would earn you some favor with the Sisterhood, should you ever require it.
What sort of information are you looking for?
His activities, what he's been saying, what his followers say and speak of him. Whatever you know, we are interested.
I'll look to Valtteri to give his opinion.
I believe our objective was just to get him home. I don't know that there was a strict timetable involved. See no reason why they couldn't interview him before he leaves.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do believe we'll be able to assist in that regard in some measure.
Well, it is the Dune universe. You probably want to make sure that they're just going to interview him and not make him disappear.
As long as we can complete our mission, we're good.
If you were to instead hand over Renshu to the Sisterhood, the Sisterhood would be very grateful. And you'll probably get from the tone of her voice that suggests if you hand him over to them, you won't be necessarily returning him to his mother.
Yeah.
Right.
This is totally that Shadowrun side job thing.
Yep.
Well, obviously, we have to complete our mission. Whatever what happens.
You have the freedom of choice. I should remind you that the Sisterhood is very powerful. And she sort of pauses for a moment and sort of looks at Tansen and says, "The Sisterhood has spies in every corner of the galaxy, and favor with us could allow you to acquire solid intelligence on almost any individual, house, or faction. This would be of interest to you, would it not?"
And we already know more than they do.
What was that?
Nothing. Yeah, their spies aren't quite as prescient as they would probably have us believe.
Well, if they were, they wouldn't need you guys to turn over
Exactly.
so he can be tested.
Well, tested, it's another matter.
But we know what their testing is. If he doesn't turn out to be human and he turns out to be a beast, he'll be dead.
He's not going to get to try and fail.
Well, maybe they're able to ascertain whether he's the one without testing him.
Valtteri will suggest that while our duty is to return him to his mother, the location and timing of that return is going to be an easily discernible fact. Should they wish to step in afterward.
So you're suggesting you will turn him over to the Bene Gesserit as long as they return him, so you can then complete your mission? Is that what you're sort of hinting towards?
I was thinking more we return him and they know when and where that return happens so they can show up right afterward. Do as they please.
Okay, so you will let them know the time and place of the handover.
Seems like the most the best compromise I can think of.
Yeah, I don't have anything better.
The sisterhood would be very appreciative if you could forward that information.
Now, we were returning him to Caladan, was it?
You were going to return him home, so hand him over to his mother. So whether that is you take him back to Caladan and turn him over, or take him direct to his mother.
Is she not on Caladan?
She was on Caladan, I guess.
I guess we really didn't discuss that.
Well, let's work.
That would have been
Let's
an
work
excellent
that out
question
now.
to ask.
Let's assume that his mother is going to be on Caladan at least for a little while. If your mission takes months, then she might go, okay, I can't hang around this long.
Well, there are only like 4 planets in Dune.
That's not remotely true.
Mechanically, this would be the favor advantage with regards to the sisterhood if you do take the offer. And I guess that would be a group favor, not individual favors.
So we'll collect our favor in the form of putting Atticus through a little bit of confrontation therapy.
The hell are you talking about? He's perfectly fine.
Right, well, quest delivered.
All right, so you agree to the terms? You shall hand over
believe
whatever
so.
information that you learn about Renshu and his following. And then you shall hand over the time and place that you shall return Renshu to his mother. Correct?
Yeah. And as far as what the basics of the cult and the opinions and makeup of the followers, we could probably knock that out here if she's got time.
Yeah, she has time. So if you wish to sort of go over intel or share intel, then she will take the time to listen. But you'll see that she'll be conscious of who is nearby and might overhear or eavesdrop. So every now and then, as someone walks past, you'll see that she'll be quiet, wait till they pass, and then continue the conversation.
Well, honestly, as far as the nature of the cult itself goes, it's pretty much an open book around here. Not exactly hard to find.
No, but you can still go into a lot more detail on their compound. Some who's who, important people, that sort of stuff. You know, more detailed information that you, over the couple of or few days or whatever that you've been here,
I suppose that's true.
you'd have a lot more information than just casual knowledge. All right, so you will finish with her. She will stand. Thank you for your time, and then she will let you know how she can be contacted. She will give you her Spacebook address. And then she will depart. And she'll take care of Bill as well.
Alrighty then.
All right. So you two then leave the tea house and rejoin the followers. You guys were doing the water cellar, I
Yeah.
think, at the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So by the time that you finish, you can see that the followers have sort of finished doing what they were doing. They've distributed water to people. They've managed to gather quite a crowd. Who's not going to accept some free water? They will pack up and then return to the compound. Since you guys were away for a bit, Cyrene, my apologies to Phil. She will note that you guys have been absent, and she says, where have you been?
Oh, one of the townspeople invited us for a spot of tea.
Oh, you know people here?
Well, it was more they knew us.
We do now.
She doesn't inquire any further as she packs up, and you guys then prepare to leave and return to the compound.
Way too trusting.
Yeah, well, they're cultists.
Some cultists are not very trusting at all.
She's just letting you think that she's trusting. It's all part of the plan.
We're going to be the sacrifice. Yep.
That's not going to work out the way they think it is.
So, quests that you've done. There's 2 more side quests. So, you have been asked if you wish to help the community sell some goods at market. And there's also 2 of the followers named Serena and Zeb that have a special meeting with some smugglers, and they wouldn't mind an escort. You are free to do or not do these.
What are left?
Serena and Zeb would like an escort in meeting with a smuggler. And the community has a stall set up at the market and would like some assistance with that market stall, helping them sell stuff.
Well, Tycho would offer to help with their farming and improving their farming techniques.
They would welcome that. Give me a farming roll.
Why would they have farming?
Because they do
They are
grow some of their own stuff.
Okay.
They're a commune. What do you expect? All right, well, you will spend some time helping them improve their farming. Succeed by 6. So your advice and input is very valuable. Give me a reaction roll and add, let's say add 2. They are very grateful, and this certainly earns you some cred with them.
I just let them know that, hey, if you know of anybody else that needs further farming advice, our house is willing to be available for contract.
At a fee?
It would be at a fee. This was more of a freebie.
Pro bono.
Because you guys are giving us lodging, so might as well help out.
We shall keep that in mind. Your advice has been very helpful to us. It should increase our yields and reduce the waste.
Does anybody want to do the escort to the smugglers?
Yeah, I suppose we can do that.
No, just take everybody on that one.
Well, I was figuring with Tycho doing the farming, he was going to be hanging back with that because that's going to take some time. While he's doing that, Atticus and maybe could do the smuggling, and maybe Tansa Valtieri can do the market again.
All right, so if you're going to go with the smuggler, just type something in chat. Okay, so you will travel with Serena and Zeb. They will let you know that they've been in contact with a smuggler that promises to give them spice. All, of course, under the radar and such. So they will meet they'll meet in the town of On. You will arrive at a spot where there is a ground car with a sort of like a ground car truck, and there is a canvas cover that is over the tray, and you can see that there's things concealed by this cover. There are at this meeting location, there are 3 dudes who, if you want to, you can roll body language.
So I take it we're all there then, huh?
Well, at the moment, only Atticus, Valtieri, and Tansen indicated that they were going.
Well, Tansa said if we can all go, sure. So I'd be assuming he's telling Tycho to come along.
So, body language rolls in the box.
Never assume.
Ignore the one that's out in the open.
Why? That was a good roll.
Because it wasn't in the box.
It doesn't matter. Your box roll was exactly the same.
Nice.
Well, now he knows what he rolled.
Valtieri. Well, everyone will notice that these guys, just from their body language, they seem like shifty individuals, which is not necessarily uncommon for a smuggler. But they seem like shifty individuals. Though Valtieri, you get a gut feeling looking at these guys that something is not good.
Presuming this is the result of the body language check, what are they like? Looking around, concerned that something is going to happen, or are they waiting for something to happen, like looking forward to it?
I guess the latter. It seems like they're waiting for something to happen and looking forward to it. Not that that's actually the case, but that's just the feeling that you sort of get that, something is off.
Well, I can pass that along at least, very subtly.
So the two...
Tenson should be wearing his plates at this point, I would think.
Probably good call.
If he's wearing his plates... actually, I'll get everyone to make a health-based survival desert roll. And Tansen, I think your plates put you into light encumbrance, so you're going to be at -1 for this.
Did we decide we were not wearing our still suits out here?
I don't know.
I
If you're wearing a still suit, then you're welcome to roll with the +5 that it gives you.
Where the hell did I put that?
Is it +5 or +6? I don't recall.
You can probably wear the still suits over the nano weave.
No, you can't.
No?
We've been
No.
over this like multiple times, dude.
All right.
Thought I put that modifier somewhere. I guess I didn't. Is it +5?
I think it's +5. in any case, there's enough successes there. You don't necessarily need.
Holy God.
Actually, you probably did need the bonus. You are feeling the heat. So is Tansen wearing his still suit, or is he?
If I could use the plates and the still suit, then I would, and I would leave off the nanoweave suit.
So yeah, what's the difference between the nanoweave and the still suit in weight?
I don't recall. I think it was if I take off the nanoweave suit and use the plates, the half plates that we talked about, then
Yeah.
then it would be equivalent weight.
I think the still suit's heavier because the nanoweave bodysuit that I have listed has no weight for whatever reason, and the still suit is 6. I wonder if that's actually correct though.
Nanoweave bodysuit weighs 6, still suit weighs 6.
Oh, I have the
Okay.
bodysuit at 8. But the nanoweave bodysuit, yeah.
Interesting.
Did I create a note for penalties due to heat and stuff? Not sure I
If
did.
you did, we don't have it.
Okay, 1 second. It'll be in my OneNote thing.
Anywho, yeah. As far as Tansen goes, we weren't expecting to be running about out here, so there's no good reason not to bring the no good reason not to armor up.
Okay, so these are things.
So the still shoot bonus was 5.
No, it's not 5. The still suit will offset up to -4.
Well, right.
That's what I've got in my notes. I'm just going to create a note for it. That Control J is a savior.
I know, right? Side note, one of the things I was thinking about with regard to bodyguarding Tansen is being very aware where the trigger is to his shield and being able to slap that thing if he's not paying close enough attention.
Hanson is a master of perception. He always notices everything. There's no need for things like that.
Well, he can't see behind his head, though.
Shh.
Okay, so you are not in the open desert. So it is currently a -3 to your health roll. and the still
So I
suit will
succeeded by 0. Yay!
the still suit will offset -4 of that. So you'll be at no penalty for the heat.
Gotcha.
So by that, I think Tanson's the only one that failed, right?
You broke up there.
Tanson's the only one that failed. Actually, no, Valtteri, you failed too because it's not actually a +5 bonus, it's a
Yeah.
cancelled bonus. Alright, so we will say upon this particular encounter happening, Valtteri and Tanson, you are -1 fatigue. And actually, no, there's a further. So you're -2 fatigue. Actually, does anyone recall if the fatigue loss is a margin of success roll? I don't recall.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, I think it's only -1. I think it's a margin of success roll if you're doing what is it? The Dungeon Fantasy Braving the Wilderness thing where it's one roll for the whole day.
Yeah, that sounds righter.
Yeah, so you'll be -2 fatigue for those that failed. All right, so you'll have this feeling, that gut feeling, that something's not right. Tanson, you're wearing your plates, and I guess you guys are approaching cautiously. Do you let the followers know that what you've perceived?
Yes, that's why we're here.
All right, but you continue. I assume you don't call it off. So proceed with caution.
Yeah, I'd say proceed with caution. Make sure they're aware with it and aware of it, rather.
All right, so you'll come face to face with this smuggler. He will say, when we spoke, you didn't mention these people, and he'll sort of be pointing with his head at you guys. This is a little unexpected. Should I be careful? Okay, values 1. Do I need to be careful? Am I going to expect some trouble from this? And Zeb will say, no. These people are just escorting us. If we're delivering this spice back to the commune, we don't want anyone to take advantage of us. That is okay, isn't it? And the guy will say, well, we will see. do you have the money? And Zeb will then produce a quantity of Solaris. Which I'm curious, I don't think I've ever actually seen, whether it's coins or notes or what. I would assume it's probably coins of some sort, like Imperial credits in Star Wars.
That's a good point. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Until told otherwise, it will be coins, because coins are cool. They jingle. So the guy will then sort of look at the money. He will quickly evaluate that the right amount is there, and then he will instruct the other two guys to remove the spice from the trucks, and they will remove the tarp and produce two small boxes, which you imagine contains the spice. One of the guys will open one of the boxes, and you will see that there is some raw spice there. He will then close up the box and say, "It is a pleasure doing business with you." At which point he will stretch out his hand to accept the payment, and Zeb will hand over the money. The smuggler says, "Call me again if you need anything further." And then he'll indicate to his guys to get in the truck, and he will then depart. He will give a sort of cheeky salute and say adios. Then he'll get into the truck. Assuming you guys don't do anything, these smugglers will then begin to drive off.
Well,
No, I can live with that outcome.
Sorry, say again?
No, I can live with that outcome.
All right. Is anyone offering to carry these crates, or will you let them carry them? Or these boxes, I should say, not crates.
presume we don't have any way to scan these things.
Unless it makes sense for you to have some sort of scanner on your person. If it's in your, in the context of your character, you're welcome to have a scanner.
No, I can't. I wouldn't know what kind of scanner to carry in that case.
I don't think there's a universal tricorder in the Dune universe. I imagine they would be fairly purpose-driven scanners, so scans for poisons, scans for harmful stuff.
Yeah, I know there was the scanner for the poisons, but that's the only one I'm familiar with.
All right, so Zeb and Serena, they will go to pick up the boxes. Serena picks up the box, and Zeb then picks up the box. But then you see that he sort of feels the weight, and he says, "This is not right." He will then put the box down, open it up, and you can see that the box is empty and only contains sand.
Well, it can't be empty and filled with sand.
Well, empty of spice.
I was wondering why they didn't bother checking it beforehand.
Well, the guys opened up a box and there was spice there. They just didn't open up the second one.
Well, it's surprised we didn't get involved in that.
Hey, I'm just the muscle.
All right, so there's a ground car that's driving off. It's maybe 40 yards at this point.
Well, we can't exactly run after it.
But we can hunt them down. We have their name. We know who they are. We could probably hit the streets and figure out where their base camp is and do a follow-up chat with them at a later date.
Did you guys take the Thopter or ground car?
Ground
Thopter.
car. No, we took the ground car. No, you're right. You're right.
did?
My mistake, your
Yeah.
fault.
We took the Thopter.
My mistake, your fault.
Ha 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 ha.
All right, so these guys would appear to be driving off out of ON.
Well, I suspect we'll be seeing them soon.
Indeed.
So Zeb says, we need to get this spice. It is necessary for what we do. And we do not have sufficient money to go buy some more. We cannot return to the compound without the spice.
Actually, how much was it?
It was a lot of money. I don't know what the spice rate is, but it was a lot. At least a lot for these people. They don't have a blank checkbook.
Yeah, but Townsend does.
I mean,
No, I figure Townsend could go buy them the rest of the spice they need, and then we'll catch up to the smugglers later and take it out of their ass.
Well, if the smugglers are heading back to Arakeen, you know that it's an hour drive back.
Well, we have the ornithopter, so we could probably, we hunt them down by car and try to, not by car, but by the ornithopter and head them off.
What's the boss say?
yeah, I think that's a good plan.
All right, so you're grabbing the Thopter?
Yep.
The followers say they will wait because they can't return to the compound, empty-handed.
Well, they're sitting here with one box, so they may as well take it back.
Why can't they go back empty-handed? Are they going to be like shot or something?
Well, they would rather return with the goods than, indicate that they lost some of the spice, or they paid the money but didn't get all the spice.
It'll get there. They can go home.
All right, so you will take the Thopter. Skill roll from Diggers, please. Not a problem. You will. You've got some guards there. Are you leaving the guards behind, or are they coming
Heck
coming
no.
with?
They need to come with. Got to get blooded out in the sand.
Okay, so the guards load into the Thopter, and they question, "You've been gone for so many days. We haven't seen you. We didn't know what was going on. We haven't eaten. You just told us to guard the Thopter."
I figured they were just going to de-res when they weren't on screen.
We don't want to go back to that dark place. So you'll fire the Thopter up, and it doesn't take you long to chase down this truck. It is only a few miles out of town before you catch up. It is leaving a trail of dust that is easy to spot from a distance. What are you doing? I will assume that this is not an armed Thopter.
What does one do in these situations?
Well, by this point, I mean, when we would go to get the Thopter, we would have probably calmed Tycho and had him link up with us as well.
I think he ends up
Tycho
going
was
with
with
you
me.
anyway, because he rolled the Desert Survivor.
Oh, my mistake.
And also because Tansen said, if we all can go, then we'll go. So he spoke as our Lord.
Right.
So describe your thrilling heroics. What are you doing?
I suspect we're gonna like do a buzz by and do the flare at the last minute to blind them, and depending upon the size of their vehicle and the size, although ours is an actual troop transport, so we may theoretically be able to flip their vehicle with just the downdraft and stuff.
Guess
All
that
right,
depends
so
on the vehicle.
their vehicle would be, I don't know, a fairly large truck, like a Ram, something like that.
Yeah, but I got looks like 6 wings that are moving really, really fast.
Is your intention to try and flip them?
I want to try to flip them.
All right. Let's have the universe decide the difficulty in this roll. We'll do roll a d6 and halve it.
1, 2.
So that is a 2. So -2 penalty.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see. So, all right, gotcha. What's the SR of this vehicle? Our vehicle, the Thopter.
What's this thing?
Damn, that's loud. Ah, okay. Second Sicario movie. Not as good as the first. Yeah, but we don't have those kind of weapons, I don't think.
Actually, I wonder if our troops have blaze guns.
You tell me.
Man,
we
I
risk it?
believe that's standard.
No, I think
Equipment.
slug throwers is standard.
Is
Well,
it? I got
I'm
the
gonna-
impression they were rare.
I'm going to make the piloting check, even though I don't know what the SR is. So,
Roll and let's see if it matters.
booyah!
Apparently, it doesn't.
All right, give me a universe reaction roll. This will represent how badly they wipe out.
Okay. It's going to flip and explode, isn't it?
Please.
Universe
lose
is
its
cold and
spice.
indifferent.
All right, so you will pass by really close, deliberately intending to sort of force them off the road. The ground car will come off the established road. It will do a flip, turn completely 360, land on its wheels, and then bury itself nose first into the deep sand.
They're slowed
And-
down.
And then they do an A-team crawl out.
And yeah,
They will do an
it's gonna-
A-team crawl out. All the stuff that was in the back of the truck has been dispersed on the sand.
All right, then sit down and let everybody get out. Go have a chat with these fellows.
Blow
Y'all
them
need
to
to
the
be doing
ground
the
very
check.
roughly.
Mission accomplished.
All right, so they will take cover behind the truck, and you will see at least one of them will produce a weapon.
Shields up.
Who's approaching, and how do you approach? This area is within the shield wall area, so there's no risk of attracting a worm.
I turned my shield on.
Yeah,
We
I
need a roll.
expect everybody's going to turn their shields on first, which means the bad guys, if they're using slug throwers, are probably going to realize they kind of wasted that.
So who's approaching, and what are you doing? You've got 3 guards with you as well.
I'm going to presume that Valtteri and Tonson are probably going to hang behind the rest of the group.
With the
Yeah, I
exception of
suppose I probably should.
the truck, there is no other cover here. It's just open sand.
So probably just spread out and approach.
Yep.
You will hear a
I'm
call as
going
you
down to
guys
the
get a little
center.
bit closer. You will hear a call from one of the guys behind the truck. He will say, "Who are you, and what do you want?"
Well, one of you talkers needs to jump into that.
Well, Tansen and Valtteri are hanging back, so they're not up front to answer that question. So it'll be me or Atticus, so it'll probably be Tycho talking. We were with the group you just swindled. We're here to get the spice that is owed.
There's a pause, and you can hear the muffled, chats behind the vehicle, but can't make out what exactly is being said. And one of the guys, or the guy, calls out again. Do not come any closer. We are armed, and we will defend ourselves.
Understand this. If you do not return what is owed, we will kill you all, and we will get back what is needed anyway. You make a choice now. We're still approaching. Decide before we get there.
Give me an intimidation roll.
And he's probably going to cut off your head.
Don't recall if there's a bonus granted to intimidation when you have if you outnumber them.
There
Probably.
is.
There is, and we're also intending harm, so that would add some bonuses to it. We are threatening murder. So that'd be...
Intending harm is kind of assumed.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we've got a numbers advantage, that is going to give us probably no more than a +1 at this level. How many of them are there anyway?
There's 3 of them, if you recall. You outnumber them like at least 2 to 1. And you have shields.
And we have weapons drawn.
Which you will notice your shields will flicker and react as the wind blows sand from the roads into your shield.
And they'll probably notice that too.
They do. So they are fully aware that you're shielded.
That might qualify as a supernatural ability if they don't have it.
Very cool.
So that'd be +4.
I'll give you a +4, so you will succeed by 4 on that. And the guy will shout out, he says, "Why do you care? They're only religious zealots. They have no value here, no place and no value. Why do you care?"
Let me ask you something. Does it really matter whether we care or not? I've given you a choice. Give us what is due, or you will die here and now. Make your decision before we get there.
Can we come to some other arrangement? Perhaps we can pay you.
1, 2.
I'm totally going to
3.
give him a look like you're stealing my line.
And as I'm counting, we're getting closer, and we're basically having, getting ready to pounce on them. So
You'll see one of the guys sort of pokes his head up from the cover, has a quick look at you guys approaching, and then ducks down. And you would hear, you're close enough to hear this time, the guy says, "They're still coming. They're still coming, boss."
And I'm going to dart forward, so I come around the other side. Go, no, they're here.
All right, give me an intimidation roll.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be kind of mediocre. but
You still have the +4. Wow.
Surprise!
So the guy that has the rifle, you'll see Atticus emerge from around the corner of the truck, and he literally shits himself. You see he throws the gun down onto the sand and says, "I don't want any part of this." And this guy's boss or whatever turns to him and says, "You piece of shit." At which point, the rest of you will emerge. This smuggler has no weapons or anything like that. Let's have a universe reaction roll. Decide what his actions will be.
I guess go ahead and roll that.
no, you roll it. You're the one that was talking.
No, I did the last reaction roll.
You see that he goes for the rifle in the sand, but then the rest of you sort of emerge, and Atticus is obviously giving him the stare down with a blade in hand. He'll put his hand on the rifle, and then just sort of stop, realizing that this is probably his life is not worth it. The risk. Well, it's not worth risking his life, I should say. And he will then raise his hands and say, "All right."
You
So-
made the right choice.
There are some boxes and stuff that have been scattered around. The dude will look around and say, "We'll have to find their spice." One moment, and they'll go through some of the boxes, and then they'll produce the box that was intended to them.
Yeah, I was gonna say when he was going for the rifle, that Atticus was probably gonna take like a step and put his boot on the rifle.
Okay. Well, you will do that,
And
and
see what kind of rifle it is too. We may take it just so they can't shoot our thopter when we're leaving.
it's just a slug thrower. Generic slug thrower.
I instruct. Probably will also instruct some of or we've got 3 soldiers. Is that right?
You do.
Yeah, and tell them to assist them in checking out the stuffs. Make sure these guys don't pull out like grenades or anything like that.
All right. Well, they will hover over them as they're checking boxes, and these dudes will then produce the appropriate box. They will open it to reveal to you that it is actually full with spice, and then they will hand it over to Atticus, because he seems scary at the moment.
Well, I'm gonna let either Tycho or Volturi check it to confirm it.
I'll check it. I'm there.
All right. Well, you check it over. You thrust your knife into it to make sure it's not a false bottom or anything like that, and it all checks out. There is a substantial amount of raw spice, which would fetch a pretty penny. on the black market.
Yeah, wave it under Tenson's nose real quick. See if he just collapses.
Hey now.
Just want to check the purity.
Uh-huh.
Hanson might actually be looking at it and yum.
He can quit at any time.
Totally. I just need to want to. That's all. But if I decide, I can do it. Yeah.
Did we decide if Hanson developed an addiction?
I think we
We
did.
joked about it, but I don't think you officially said that was
Yes.
the case.
He has an addiction. Spice melange.
Yeah.
Always
Yeah.
cat
He
shit.
gave it. Yeah.
Go. Well, that's going to work out, when he becomes completely useless because of his addiction. We can arrange for his sister to inherit.
Give me a self-control roll.
I have no idea what the value is, so I'll just roll.
It's 12 less, I believe.
Ah.
Alright. So you resist the urge to verify that it is actually the spice that you're looking for yourself. But seeing the raw spice probably does trigger some things in your brains.
Oh, most likely.
Alright, so do you do anything else with these three guys?
Nope.
No.
I'm going to take. Hold on to the rifle and say,
Well,
just in case.
Does Tansis want us to escort them to a magistrate?
I'm sure this is probably bad enough.
No, it's still Count Fenring's jurisdiction, isn't it? So, yes, let's take them to a magistrate.
Is there a suitable authority in on?
Well, there was the encounter with Fenring's soldiers.
We track
Well,
those
that's true.
guys down and go, hey, you, come here.
I remember you, Bob. Bob, come here.
This
You
is
like
who you're
harassing
supposed to
people?
be
Harass
going
these
after.
guys.
Valtteri, give me a intuition. Is it a per session trait or is it any time?
don't think
it's
so.
anytime.
All right, so give me a IQ roll for that one, please.
What is this? Take
Is
them
this a
in,
good
don't
idea?
take them in.
Yes. All right, you do have a gut feeling that taking them in would mean that you would have to explain
Well.
why you're bringing in a spice smuggler. So you would have to have a story.
Cheated us out of the stuff that we were buying.
That's why if you do that, you just turn them over to Bob and say, these guys are smugglers. I don't care how you take care of it. Although,
Book
based
'em.
off of what we've seen before, it's entirely possible that the smugglers could just bribe those dudes.
That's true.
Anyway, so that's one consideration. You may have to explain what it is, why you've been bringing in some spice smugglers.
Let's say we
Sid?
put a slug through the engine block and call it good.
How far away are we from civilization? Could they make it by walking?
They could. It'll be tough. They wouldn't be able to get to wherever they're going, but they could get back to Owen.
Well, conveniently enough, we have a slug thrower that we can use to do that.
All right, so you're going to leave him or take him?
Sounds like, but
It's up to
Terry is
Tanthan.
recommending we leave them.
My lord.
Yeah, let's leave them instead and avoid the hassle.
I am gonna put empty the magazine into the engine block, or just engine.
All right, you can disable this vehicle.
And then
The-
toss the rifle back to the dude who threw it down. Say, don't need it anymore.
So as you are obviously going to put a round through the block, the guy says, no, don't do that, don't do that.
Bam, 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 bam.
And you hear there's like an audible sigh, and you can almost feel his will breaking. That was my truck, man.
Everything follows your truck and not your head.
And now you've learned a lesson.
All right, so you leave them there. You then load up into the Thopter again, fly off, and you can see that there's 3 dudes on the sand, and it appears that they're probably arguing and fighting amongst themselves. As you take off, you will return with the spice. Zeb and Serena are very grateful and tell you that you saved the day. This spice is essential.
It must flow.
You will return to the commune, and you will then get a mission complete notification.
Ding. We needed all that spice to perform the child sacrifice.
Right. Fast draw knife.
No, that's needed later for the party. Spice party.
Oh my.
Go back and face the peril.
No, it's much too perilous.
All right, so a little later, the community have packed up a bunch of stuff that they're going to sell at market. They will offer to take you guys along if you wish to help them. They could do with a few extra hands to help them sell all this wonderful stuff.
Now I'm mentally envisioning trying to envision Atticus being a merchant.
Yeah, he doesn't haggle well, I think.
You buy this. Okay.
Yeah, I
Tycho
think
will
this,
go along.
this one's a little less of our usual abilities.
If Hanson's going, then I will accompany, although I'll probably just loiter in the background.
Tycho will go. I mean, he's got the administration and farming.
Are you going to do
No,
the
this
books?
would be merchant.
Actually, well, we'll keep the band together.
Okay, well, they will load up the stuff, head into the town, and set up their market stall. It doesn't take long before people start showing up, and they start selling this stuff, which is mostly produce, and then some trinkets and like arts and crafts type items that they've made
Oh God.
and are selling.
This isn't a cult. These guys are like space Mennonites.
When people do come up to the shop, these guys will also take the opportunity to preach a little. Tell them of their cause as the people are buying stuff. But I will get perception rolls from everyone, please. The party. These are vision based.
Seeing a lot of success by zeros tonight.
Yeah.
All right, Valtieri. Roughly an hour into. Actually, give me an IQ roll as well. Valtieri.
Where the hell are my stupid stats?
6 success by zeros tonight.
Well, better than fail by ones.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
may
so-
end up with you in bed with your rival.
Hey, now that happened one time.
So this is also a little bit later. I'll get everyone to make their health-based survival rolls again. See if I can use up some more of your fatigues.
So we ended up dead even.
Eesh.
All right, so everyone that failed.
Oh. Okay, that's why it keeps screwing me up, because my survival desert is perception based.
Oh,
so
that's right.
18.
Survival desert.
Would your survival desert roll?
Success by 0.
So we got one failure. All right, so Atticus, you will be losing 2 fatigues.
Okay, so what is the it says the desert rolls will offset up to -4, the still suit. How does that?
We ended up with a -4, and the still
Okay.
suit offset that, so it was
It's
dead
a
easy.
Okay.
-3 for the temperature, and
Right.
then a further -1 per encumbrance level if you are not
Okay,
encumbered.
then I'm at +1, not -1. Or yeah, not straight, because I'm not encumbered. So that's a fail by
So
1,
you would
which is
be
still a
at
fail.
you would be at -3, and that would be fully offset by your still suit. So did you?
Okay. Yeah.
You succeeded your health.
No, I failed by 2. That's fine. 2 points. Gotcha.
All right, so you will take 2 fatigue during all this. So roughly an hour into the selling, things are going well. You will notice that the perception of people towards the cultists seems reasonably good. People are friendly. There's not a lot of animosity that you detect towards them. People seem to be happy to deal with them. Some people are obviously not listening to what they say, so when they're mentioning, join our cause, celebrate the Mahdi and all that sort of stuff, they're not listening. They're just going to buy the produce and whatever. and go about their business. Some people do listen, and some people listen enough to say, yeah, I'll come around, I'll have a look. So this recruiting drive has certainly been working for them. However, Valtteri, you will note that there is three dudes in the crowd that have been hanging around for a long time, not doing much. You can tell that they seem to be casing this shop, and you've just been keeping an eye on them, and then you will notice that at least one of them is carrying weapons, both firearms and bladed weapons, and they are concealed under their juba cloaks.
I will immediately point those guys out to the rest of the crew.
I'm not blatant, so I'm going to start studying with murder math.
I will see if I can.
Blatant, I meant subtle.
I will try to subtly see if I can get behind them and try to be stealthy about it and inconspicuous.
And then grab their head up.
Okay.
Roll stealth.
So you can roll stealth in the box, please.
Wait, there were 3 of them a minute ago.
Weren't there 3 of you?
There is 3 guys, yes. All right, so Tycho, you're moving to try and get behind one of these guys. You will see as you sort of approach. What is your intention, actually?
More of, if they notice me, then I'll be more of open face and how can I help you?
Well,
They're totally
if you're
gonna
not
be
noticed,
Fremen.
Then just keeping an eye on them. Getting in position, basically. Not being threatening, just kind of hanging out in a behind the area situation.
So he
With
can
that-
be threatening if he has to.
He's
Yes.
going to stand casually within about a move and attack range.
okay, so you will sort of get into position, and then you're just like using some people as cover and just trying to be within move and attack range. One of the guys will look at you, and the crowd moving about their business clear just long enough that there's no obstruction between you and this guy. He will notice you. He will lock eyes, and you'll see he'll casually, push aside his cloak to reveal that he is armed, suggesting that, he's suggesting that, evaluate your next choice. It is the whole Western, pull aside the poncho to reveal a pistol thing.
That's called a defensive display of a firearm.
As it becomes apparent that
Can I do
you
body
have noticed
language?
them, at least enough to move up on them, this guy then indicates to his two other dudes, go. And they will begin to approach the shop.
Then I will move to intercept and I'll turn on my shield.
You're going to move to intercept the guy that's looking at you, or the two that are heading to the shop?
The two that are heading to the well, actually, I will move. Well, Atticus is aware, so where would Atticus be?
Well, he's watching them, and he tries to not start fights, so he just finishes them. So if they start coming over there, he's gonna step closer to the Tonson and or the shop thing, but definitely giving them the okay, be very cautious about your next move, right back to him.
So if I notice that he's giving like the go symbol, like as in, am I do I need a body language roll or something to indicate that it's basically go and attack the store, or how would I deduce that?
You have no way of deducing that.
Yeah, whatever they're planning, they're now executing it. There's no way to know what they're about to do.
I figure that at least Atticus is probably at the store, right? So I'm more out and around behind. I will approach the guy that gave the signal. So I will activate my shield on approach. And I'll basically say, hey, you may want to reconsider what you're about to do.
Okay, so let me just bring up a map.
What?
Oh,
I was
dear.
gonna buy a case of figurines.
Yeah, we've got a pretty big Warhammer game going on back at the siege.
Second.
In seconds. Yeah, I'm presuming the other three of us are at the stalls or near, at or around the stalls. Probably also useful information to know just how many of the cultists are we working with here.
3. Actually, no. 4 people.
If possible, during Tycho and Atticus's observations, I would like to ask some of the cultists if they actually know those people.
They do not. I do like the map interface with Unity.
This is totally going to be that same Shadowrun street corner, isn't it?
Nope.
Even better. The can you? Yeah, okay. You totally did what I was about to ask.
All right,
Think it probably
Daniel,
needs to be
you're the-
slightly brighter.
you're the colors person. What's a good color that'll work here?
This is a no-win scenario here. It's a bit too high of contrast. You may just have to fiddle with it until it works. Probably lean more toward blue, though.
Are you seeing these updates?
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably good enough right there.
Okay, so those of you that are at the stall, that's the stall that you're at. Okay. So put yourselves inside the stall or wherever you're going to be at the stall for those that are at the stall. Tycho, you're over here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, that is the map. And then you have, there's people going all through this market, and then you've got the 4 followers that are in the market as well. So, beginning with Tycho. What was your first action?
My first action was to activate my shield.
Actually, you were within move and attack range, so is that good?
I wasn't going to attack unless he's actually physically drawing his weapon. I'm not going to attack him, but I will approach him, basically say, you may want to reconsider what you're about to do. And I'll have my shield activated.
All right, so when you activate your shield, you will see that he pushes aside his Juba cloak and will fast draw a blade. It does not. You will be able to. Your experience tells you that the fact that he drew this blade really quick, and reacted quickly to you turning on your shield, this guy is trained.
I will. Well, I've already activated my shield, so I will.
I think that's all you can do. Because you spoke and activated the shield.
So can I try intimidation with the speaking?
You can attempt intimidation. In this case, you're going to be at -5.
That's because I. All right. I will try anyway.
Actually, I don't think you're at -5. I think they're at +5. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, not very intimidating.
Well, to be fair, he could like roll an 18 on the will check.
I didn't roll much better. But that is sufficient. He does not seem to be deterred by you. He looks at you almost as if he's welcoming the fight.
So can I approach? Is that my turn, or can I still move up to him?
That will be your turn, and that will be their turns, and we will start this at the top of the round.
On round 14. So do we see the... No, wait, I'm focused on these two guys. Yeah, so Atticus is just stepping, and you can do evaluate on step, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically stepping and evaluating
Who are you evaluating on?
the
I
guy
think
I have
there's a-
targeted.
Gotcha.
I will turn on my shield for my turn. Or not. Oh, no, that's a yes. Okay.
I will approach in a. I'm gonna fast draw my knife, and I'll approach in a defensive manner. So all out defense.
I think you can half move with all that defense.
Actually, I think most all-out defense only allows a step.
So I'll go
The-
forward
so
with
you
the step, and I'll be in a
step.
defensive posture. I'm basically waiting for him to attack first before I
Yeah.
go all crazy on him.
Yeah, step.
So you will see, in response to your action, this guy will basically adjust his grip on his knife, and is essentially evaluating you. Valtteri, what are you doing?
Valtteri is shielding up. And he is stepping up to give Thompson a tap on the back, let him know he's there. At the same time, he's looking where the culties are, so he can interpose himself if necessary.
And noting that their eyes are all suddenly starting to glow or something.
All right. So this guy, he's going to take a step forward. And he will evaluate. The other two approach with purpose.
Have they drawn their weapons?
They haven't drawn their weapons, but you can see that their hands are, under their juba cloaks, probably clutching a weapon.
So
Or a
Atticus
flower.
Atticus is stepping forward, and actually, I wanted to double check, reread that fearsome stare thing.
Actually, you guys all activated shields.
I didn't, but I'm a weirdo.
You will notice that these guys, in response to you activating shields, they will activate shields.
Right. Okay, that changes everything. If they're activating shields, because I'm like super focused on them. All right, step and no, I am not going to activate. Yeah, there's a reason why you're supposed to use these, Phil. So this will drop the or lose the evaluate because I'm not using. I end up using it.
All right.
Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea there, Daniel. Can you add a thing, Brian? An effect like shield on instead of
Yep.
spell on?
I will do that.
Tennyson will go ahead and draw his sword. And would I have to make any sort of fancy check to try to get over the stall table?
Don't you dare!
Okay.
Not that that's totally not going to stop you from doing something though.
What's a generic effect for turning an item on?
Shield ready? I don't know. Shields up.
But something that could be used for something else. So if you have another item on,
Guess. I'm not sure where else it would actually be relevant.
we'll do this. Oh, that didn't work. There is an effect called item shield on.
Okay.
Feel free to add that on yourselves.
What is the
Hang on. Don't add it yet because it seems to be doing duration.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, now you should be able to add it without it doing duration.
I am again gonna step forward. I'm going to use the all-out defense, double defense mode. So if he attacks, I can use 2 different active defenses. There'll be parry and dodge.
Damn it. Can you reshare the map, Brian? I accidentally clicked and closed it. No, wait, I see it. Battle map market.
You can double click your token and it'll open up the
And
map
I
that you're on.
never remember that.
I think Valtteri is going to stay back here behind the thing, but so Tonson knows where he's going. I think I'm just going to hold here and look over the shoulder, looking for other possibles coming in behind us and whatnot.
Okay. All right, so this guy looking at Tycho, he says, we weren't paid to deal with you, but I'm doing this for free. And he will move to stab you, Tycho.
I'm ready for him, so bring it on.
It's a miss. There was a bit of
He
sand in his
wasted
eye.
his evaluates.
Actually, thank you for reminding he had evaluate. He needed a +1, so that's sufficient.
But
He-
didn't he have to turn on the shield?
This is true. Damn it.
Yeah, he has to penetrate the shield too.
I
No,
should
but he
actually.
had to turn. Yeah, I added those on there because you said they turned on all the shields. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna throw a shield on for him.
Well done.
Yay me!
Alright, so no, he still misses then. Because he did turn it on. These two do not know what's going on behind them. So they're just going to go about their business.
Are you sure you want to do this? You can walk away or be carried away. Your call.
Step aside. You're
Who?
so the guy that you're addressing, he will reply saying, "Step aside. You're not part of this."
Who does it appear they're targeting?
Well, at this point, you can't tell, but they seem to be moving in on the stall.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those where it's like, if you take one more step, the fight is on.
Keeping in mind that you guys are easily distinguishable as not being part of the cult, because the cult all wear the rusty red robes and stuff. They're the red people. And likewise, you guys will note that these people seem to be equipped. Shields is not a usual thing, unless you are a soldier or someone generally important. And obviously you can see by their mannerisms and stuff that these guys are trained. They're not just your plebs. So what's Tycho doing?
Oh, it's my turn. 1 second. Let me see what he's going to do.
I'll probably get Valtteri. Valtteri had heraldry.
Yeah.
So I'll get Valtteri to make a perception. If you succeed, then you can roll heraldry.
Oh, damn it. Well, I rolled that one first. And yeah.
Wow. All right, so these guys are approaching. You can see that they've pulled aside their cloaks because they have hands-on weapons ready to fight. You will see some insignia and such that tells you that these guys are from House Soot.
Who the hell are those guys?
With a success by, was it 7? You would know that uh, actually,
Well, based on context, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that they're probably a rival house to Mascaro.
let's just say you identify these guys as probably mercenaries.
Okay. Is that based on the house tends to be mercenaries?
Yes.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Is that going to be significant at all to us at this point, as far as tactics or equipment or anything like that?
Probably not.
Okay.
Okay, well, he needs to dodge. My penetrating shield is at max, so it's just regular attack. Deceptive 1.
He will successfully dodge. So as you lunge forward at him, he will step aside, and your blade will sort of pass by him, and he will then counterattack you this turn.
Well, Valtteri is going to suggest to Tunson that they're probably going after the cultist, and he is going to corral the cultists to make sure they're behind someone with a shield. But paying special attention to bad guy number 3 in case he needs to flank him.
All right, so since shields and stuff are being turned on, the people that are sort of in the immediate vicinity, just the townsfolk, they will clue on quickly that something's going down. People turning shields on means trouble, and they are quickly clearing the area. All right, an attack on you, Valtir. Sorry, Tygo. This will succeed.
I did warn them. Okay, I'm totally gonna have to step onto Daniel's toes here
Tygo, you need to defend.
because
It's all right,
three
it's
Yeah,
your
I'm-
job.
I'm
three is
working
closer
on
to
it.
10. So let's get this party started. Step. Wow, I tried to fail. All right.
I should probably draw my blade.
Right, you avoid getting stabbed.
That is a hell of a feint.
Especially considering he critically failed.
Oh,
roll
no.
versus feint.
Dude, that's terrible.
So he's going to attempt to dodge.
Yeah.
He needs to roll
Atticus,
a 3.
Atticus pointed, look, a sandworm.
He nearly rolled a 3. 1, 2, and a 3. But that's not going to help him at all. This was to the vitals.
Yep.
Poor guy. It's going to be a major wound. Wow, I'm actually going to have to work that out. So he gets +3. And -5. So it's a succeed by 0. He shakes off the major wound.
I guess you're going to have to twist it.
Okay, you're up. I guess, Valkyrie, you can have your turn as well, if you're doing anything.
Well, guess Tunson is doing what I was going to do.
Well,
But I'll back him up anyway.
Let's see, how bloodthirsty am I? This guy's already tried to attack me. I gave him a chance to back down.
You haven't killed anybody in days.
Yeah, I know. I'm wanting it. So I'm actually going to
Your garrot's
drop
probably getting a
my
little
knife.
rusty.
I'm going to drop my knife, and I'm going to fast draw my garrot and attack him.
Such a weirdo.
At my beheading blow.
You know,
Penetrating shield is at max, so that is a succeed by 1.
you need to make 2 hexes in order to reach him. That's a
Yeah, Garrot is close, so you'll need
So
to spend a fatigue.
I'll burn it. Yeah, I'll burn a fatigue.
No, I just wonder, parrying a garrot with a super fine weapon.
Interesting.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. The Garrot would also potentially do damage to the weapon.
Yeah.
Because mono wire. But anyway. He will attempt to dodge and critically fail.
Wow.
That's twice.
He will fall over.
Okay.
Well,
so
well,
do
what
your damage
happens is
first.
I get in there and I whip it around his neck, and he trips and falls.
You
I
held the loop
completely
open and he just
surprised him
stuck
Do
right
his
your
head.
damage.
Oh, that was the wrong roll. Sorry. Eight cutting to the neck.
Ooh, doubled.
Oh. Damn.
So
Okay,
gonna be-
there's a potential problem with the garrot thing. Do you want to hear about it now, or you want to wait till after?
let's wait till after.
I want to hear it now. But then, Buddy's just half my name.
Okay, that's a major wound to throat. There's no penalties on that, I don't think. So that just makes him stunned. And drops to a knee, but he's fallen prone anyway, so...
Is that considered a limb, though? Do I decapitate him?
Not sufficient
No.
to decapitate.
Decapitation is different. If you die as a result of a blow to the neck with a cutting weapon, then you may be decapitated. Valtteri did his thing already.
Well, he will fall unconscious.
Well, that was rather less spectacular than he had hoped, I think.
Well, he did say he was doing it for free, so you get what you pay for.
Seeing as you have attacked his buddy, you will immediately move into engage, spending a fatigue or a long step. You will successfully stab Atticus with the knife. Please defend.
Okay, is there anything special about the attack, or just generic attack?
Generic attack. Now, the guy that you stabbed, he's not stunned or anything, so he is going to...
Damn it, I have to open something. Hold on.
He's going to attempt to stab you as well. And I shall wait to reveal whether he is successful or not until after you've declared your response.
Yeah, because he's going to be retreat. Damn it, why is that not working? Retreating there, so that's +1. Actually, no, that's not going to be +1. That's going to be
It'll be
3.
so you retreat. The second guy is going to miss anyway. Atticus.
All right, let's do this again. Maybe I can roll better with the damage. Okay. Yeah.
At least you're being consistent.
Well, I'm also looking at something. Can you mix counterattack with a trademark move? No. It's a trademark move. I have to do the stuff. You have to do the same thing all the time.
That's tricky.
I would have to have a different trademark move with a counterattack.
All right. Unsurprisingly, he fails his dodge.
Fuck!
Yeah.
It's still to the vitals. That won't trigger a major wound, though.
To the vitals? I thought vitals always triggers a major wound check.
No, he has to make a health roll, but it's not at the -5.
He would have failed were it not for high pain threshold. So he's still good, though he's not looking very healthy, as he has 2 puncture wounds in his chest which are bleeding.
All right, Tenson, there's your opportunity.
I totally stabbed him twice in both kidneys.
If Tanson
So
wants to
what's-
attack, he is in a rear hex to number 2.
I don't think that's not actually a rear hex.
Actually, no, it's not. It's a side.
Well, it's a side rear.
But I do enjoy a good stabbing.
Now you're doing the side rear thing.
He likes it up the bum.
All right, do your damage. Ouch.
Man,
Ow.
I needed that 5.
That will be a major wound, but he will shake that one off. Oh, wait a sec. +3, -5. He will not shake that off. He will be stunned. Okay.
Start moving up behind bad guy number 2. Actually, no, I'm gonna pick up my knife.
Okay.
Okay. At this point, it looks like they're handled. So,
Yeah, but the Lord is in close combat, so you need to get your ass over there, engaged too.
well, I'm thinking about the others.
Get your ass over to the important person is Tanson.
Now that's true.
Everybody
just-
else is secondary.
I'm more concerned about other potential assassins other than the ones that are handled right now.
There aren't any on the combat tracker.
Yeah. I'm just gonna move around.
Every time.
No, that time I was actually trying to decide. Yeah, let's go that way.
That's an
Tycho's
odd choice.
Well, Tycho's coming up from behind me, so he's basically got that line covered, so I can actually see behind Tunson. Yeah, I'm not going to do a heroic charge or anything here.
Stunned. Fails to come out of stun.
Okay.
This guy is not well. Continue the fight, and he's going to desperately try and have a go at Atticus.
Last chance, buddy.
He is going to all-out attack. He is pretty desperate, so he's going to do all-out attack.
Oh man, you are having to do this to me, aren't you?
+2 skill, and he's going to turn the bonuses into deceptives. So this will be a deceptive -2.
Not gonna be enough.
He will succeed. So you'll be -2 at your roll.
Those will counter it out. And then
No.
oh boy, he just all outed on me. Damn. Okay. Now I have to. Yeah, I have to figure out all of the stuffs.
You could rapid strike him twice.
That's true.
Machine gun his vitals with a knife.
Yeah, he's still got
He's-
a couple of organs you haven't punctured.
If Atticus is brave enough.
Oh, dude, you're gonna like this.
Okay, let's see.
To the eye.
Oof.
Ouch.
And
Well,
he can't dodge.
roll damage.
Booyah!
There you go.
So no DR. That becomes
Times 4, right?
yeah. So
Mhm.
36. On top of his already lots of damage. Okay. 2 death rolls. He doesn't die. But he will fail his knockdown roll. And
Alright,
suffice
so
to say, he's blind in that eye.
I'm going to finish my move with a step.
It's attack from behind, so he gets no defense, D damage.
No, he still gets one. He's just a
Nuh-uh.
-6 right there. That's not a rear hex.
Sorry, it's Valkyrie that's behind.
Yeah.
Oh crap, I actually have to work that out. -2 for side, -4 for stun, no. Failed by 1. Dude, yes, damage. Not a major wound, but still a knockdown roll, which he succeeds. Now, Tycho, you will now have your weapon. You can move up on your next turn.
Okay.
Well, since bad guy number 2 is kind of wobbling there, and I'm not seeing any backup coming, Valtteri is basically just going to put a hand on his shoulder and kind of hold him steady. He doesn't want to get in between the two machine guns.
I didn't machine gun this guy down, finally.
Right, so this guy's options are fairly limited.
First, he's got to come out of stun.
Which he fails.
Yeah, his options are very limited.
The followers in the store, you can see that there is shock and horror on their faces, and yeah, they're saying no violence, no violence.
A little late for that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to interrogate any of these guys.
Well, this guy's not dead yet. and I'm not a complete idiot.
Do you have bloodlust?
That is a valid point. I should probably check against that. Okay, good, because I was actually going to try this. Damn. Let's try to fail that. Okay, and so based off of what I'm reading, then we have to. Oh, damn it! I had to change the
That's
page.
crazy.
Is he-
You roll a 16 and still succeed by 3.
Okay, so he would get
So
a
I structured
defense against
disarm.
that.
Yeah, and he's got a minus. Oh shit! I rolled minus. Oh, so that's a success by 1, not a success by 2, because I failed to add the fact that the knife is not a fencing weapon. So I hit, and he gets a potential defense.
So he can
And
parry?
But he's still stunned,
But
so
he is
it's
still
minus
stunned.
4.
That's a foul parry.
okay, so in that case, we
Contest of
a
skills?
quick contest of weapon skills with your foe.
See, I'm kind of wondering, does he even get that? He's
Wow.
effective. Well,
You rolled a critical
no, he's not
success.
helpless.
So success by 9.
Okay.
Yeah, but is that
so,
enough? That should be a minus 4 as well.
This is true.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah, I actually might have, because I didn't roll super great. I rolled another 16.
So that will still be a critical because it was a natural 4, but it will be. Actually, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the
So
contest.
success
That's
by
not the,
5 is his roll.
Yeah, so he manages to hold on to his knife.
Wow.
He didn't. He made it by less than 3.
What's that?
Okay.
I believe that means it's unready.
Well, with the penalty for being stunned, he succeeded by 5. So the margin was 2. Success by 2. Does that unready it?
But it will be unready unless he won by 3 or more.
Wow.
It is unready.
Disarm is very effective.
It can be.
So even if you succeed, you don't succeed.
Depends on how well you succeed.
Right.
Yeah, we probably don't use it enough.
He is going to attempt to dodge.
His request has been denied.
He fails.
He gets stabbed.
That's going to hurt.
As it should.
Unfortunately, you don't have near enough oomph on that thing to actually get the whole full body penetrated.
No,
It's because he
So
keeps skipping out on weightlifting. His sister's stronger than he
Fails
is.
by 2, but he gets +3 minus 5. So that's a succeed by 0. So he is not stunned any further, but he's still stunned from before.
Yeah, we should be well below 0 by now.
He is. Tycho, you can move.
I see that they're all in effect. Can I start administering first aid to this guy? I'm gonna tie him up and basically start.
You have to
try to
make
keep
your
him-
bloodlust check first.
I already did.
No, you're using it wrong. You have to determine now whether you want to kill him or not.
Oh, well, I was True.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
you don't use it to determine. Yeah, how bloodthirsty am I today? No. If you've beaten a foe and you put him on the ground, then you're like, oh, I gotta kill him. No, I don't have to kill him. So yeah, you could do it then.
So
Theory?
I'm basically gonna start administering first aid after tying them up first.
I don't feel in a special need to change anything at this point. But
His unready weapon out of his hand.
well, I think what I'm actually going to do is just do a make that official. So I'm going to grab him by the shoulder. So he is officially grappled as well.
Well, doesn't he go right? You're coming from behind, so he doesn't get a defense.
Mm-hmm. So staying well clear of all the stabbiness.
All right, he will fall unconscious.
How appropriate. Unfortunately, I have to check this. Sorry, Daniel. Okay, good.
You already checked.
Yeah, but
previously.
that was for this dude.
Was it? I thought it was for this dude.
No, that was Tycho. Tycho rolled that.
No, for the guy that I stabbed in the eye, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. My mistake, your fault. Yeah, because that was how I determined whether I was going to go super lethal or just take the weapon out.
Yeah.
Dance back, looking around for any more hostiles. It doesn't seem like there are any.
There are not.
I'll mention that they're from House Sud, you said?
House Sud, yes.
Probably
I do not have anything resembling heraldry, so I'm like, okay. So
D6, right, for healing?
No, bandaging is just 1 point. If you treat them for shock, that takes like I think 15 minutes at this tech level, and then you get the D6.
The guy that got knifed to the brain,
yeah,
he's just going to die because bleeding out through this gaping wound in his face.
I stabbed him in the eye.
So he'll be dead. The other two are just unconscious.
Gonna look at the cultists and say, you have some very interesting enemies.
They're in shock at the moment. You didn't have to kill them.
It was them or us.
Mine's not dead yet.
We could have talked.
Wait, there he goes.
I will
talk with my knives.
I will inform the cultist of the mercenaries' creed and how death before dishonor and yada yada yada. And actually, we kind of did them a favor.
In that case, it's fine. High five.
I can totally envision these cultists. They like look at one another and sort of shrug. Like, oh, well, okay. People scattered, so I'm presuming they're going to be like screaming for magistrates and the code of cops.
All right. So while you're doing the first aid and whatever else,
check them for.
It doesn't take too long before the two soldiers that harassed you earlier, Bob and Bob, turn up, and you can see that as soon as they realize, who's involved, they go, "Oh shit!"
I had another thought. In the crowd is totally going to be one of those. He was just here to buy some stuff, but it's totally going to be one of the dudes that I intimidated. So he's like, "Oh, he stabbed that guy in the eye."
did you make your first aid succeed by 5? So he will be stabilized. He'll get 1 point back.
I'll continue first aid until they take over. So I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll do another first aid for shock.
No, you don't. I don't think you make another check. It's just you take the extra time, then you make
You
the
do
roll.
have to make a
Really?
second check
Okay.
for the extra time
Yeah.
one.
My mistake. Brian's fault.
And I think it's a D6 plus 1 at this tech level.
Is it +1?
I
Oh,
believe
well,
so, yeah.
I think we just, I think we ignore the +1 because of the bandaging.
So you'll get a total of 3 more back.
So, side note. Ba-ba-ba-bum.
I don't know if I quite agree with that.
I do. It's it's really really awkward to use for something like this in a combat.
But I
think
don't know
with
about unaware. Even if they are aware, you could get a garrote around them.
well, I'm sure that's probably open to situation, but I would think depending on, well, I was going to say monowire garrote might be usable in other ways, but no, I'm thinking probably that would be a monowire whip and not a garrote specifically.
Oh, you should get a monowire whip. That'd be awesome. Except if you fail and you accidentally take your arm off.
I leave it up to the GM's discretion.
All right.
But we've been
We
playing that
will-
I can use it in normal combat. So if we decide to change the rules, that's fine. But
You can use it in normal combat, but you will have to do at least attack from behind.
okay.
Well, if you're going for the neck, it'd be attack from behind. But I guess I could see you wrapping
if
up
you did
somebody's arm.
acrobatics.
Yeah, you could wrap an arm or
Like
something like that. But if it's a neck
what
thing,
is it, a kusari sort of thing? Not quite like that, but
Yeah, well, Kusari uses whip rules.
actually, you will be able to go attack from the front, but you won't be able to do the choke. So you would only be.
Well, I mean, you could use it to grapple.
Well, if I attack from the front, I still get it around the neck.
So you'd be doing the damage, but you won't be able to choke them with it.
But it's still there, and they would still have to break free.
Yeah,
So they would be grappled.
yeah, it'd be an armed grapple, effectively, with a cutting weapon, so it wouldn't change it that much.
well, I'm gonna let Lord Tansen explain to these coppers about how these jackasses attacked us like idiots.
Well, they attacked us
Well,
like
they
idiots.
weren't attacking us.
So
They attacked me.
you stabilize the guy, and you'll recover some hit points. He's not going to die. What about number 2? Are you doing any first aid on him, or are you just going to let him bleed out?
Well, let me.
Well,
Well,
he's doing that voluntarily.
I can
you should
take
do
care
that,
of
right?
him. I've got a kit.
All right, so you are going to save him.
Yeah. Since we're doing that. Damn it, I didn't put that on there.
You should have put that on there.
I know.
Why didn't you put that on there?
It didn't occur to me yet. I don't think I know what the bonus level of this first aid kit is.
12. It's plus
Doesn't
12.
matter.
No, plus 30.
You can roll a d6 plus 1.
It's a plus
Oh,
bird.
yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, he ain't gonna die.
Well, I did stab him in the kidneys once. No, I didn't stab him in the kidneys. Tansen stabbed him in the kidneys a couple
Yeah,
times.
he got stabbed a lot.
Hmm.
Regrettably, this guy, I'm going to tow him over. He's like, he's dead. And I'm going to kill my shield.
Okay. So the two soldiers will sort of look at these guys and they'll be going, we don't get paid enough for this shit. One will sort of crouch over the guy. They'll, sort of pull aside his cloak, and we'll see the insignia. You'll notice that there's some sort of recognition there. He stands up, and then, long story short, they will take statements, and they'll call in for some backup to remove these bodies, and eventually this will be resolved, and there'll be no sort of further problems with regards to you guys and your involvement. They're not going to pursue that any sort of further.
If they reacted with recognition of these guys, I will ask them, what these guys, this out?
Give me a Valtieri. Was it Valtieri that had the altercation with them before?
He was involved, yes.
All right, so give me a reaction roll. At any of the bonuses you feel are appropriate.
Debating. I think I'm just going to take this one. So, no, I don't have a whole lot that they're going to be helpful with. We'll just see where it goes. I can live with that.
He says they were probably under contract. Someone hired them to do whatever they had planned to do here. It would appear that you altered their plan.
Did they normally have
Permanently.
to? Do they normally have to register that sort of thing?
Yes.
I know that's the case with Kenley, but I don't know if that's. I doubt that's what this is. But okay, so if they have to register that, then that's something, a paper trail we could track down potentially.
Whether that was actually the case or not, I'm sure that there's discrete contracts as well, i.e. Sardaukar helping the Harkonnen.
That wasn't a discreet contract. That was working for the Emperor.
Did they keep it a secret?
They did, yes, actually. Because, Paul actually makes the comment when he's trying to recruit Dr. Kynes about this is the one thing that all of the Landsrat houses are afraid of. The Emperor sending Sardaukar to pick him off.
What Sardaukar? There was no Sardaukar.
Yeah, because what is it later when when Gurney reunites with him? There are Sardaukar among the smugglers, and the Fremen capture them. And what is it? Paul's like, yeah, hold this guy. We're gonna need him for later.
Right.
All right, so this will get resolved. These guys will be parted off. They will not come to in time for you to
Especially number
interrogate
3.
them. Number 3, he will not come to ever. So if you wish to interrogate, then you'll have to make special arrangements with Count Fenring. Otherwise, they just pick up these guys, haul them off. And that's the last you see of them. They will leave you with a warning and say, be careful. There may be more attacks. So you get the feeling that these guys aren't overly interested in sort of following that up.
They're not telling us because they care.
Man, I hope the Atreides do a better job of controlling this place.
Indeed.
They will for a brief period.
Well.
What are you talking about? It's nothing's bad's going to happen.
Of course not. The Atreides are good people. Okay, so you guys will get back to the commune. And as soon as you enter the commune, you will hear ding, mission complete.
Mm-hmm.
And since you completed all the side quests, then you'll get a bonus ding.
Oh, cool. We got an achievement.
Achievement unlocked.
Can I
Completionist.
also help them with their administration of basically their city or coven, whatever?
Commune.
And call
Coming
goes for
for
the extra
witches.
credit.
So in other words, I'm helping them with their farming techniques, and I want to help them better with their administration of their community.
Oh, man, we better make sure he's not drinking the Kool-Aid. It sounds to me like he's drinking the Kool-Aid.
I know it does. A
He's
little bit.
converting.
Can I do that?
No. Maybe.
Tycho, you know
You-
we can't keep them. We got to let them go.
I wasn't asking you guys. I was asking GM.
But I like this one.
Put her back.
Okay, so you will get back to the commune, and on your arrival, you will see this gentleman. He is dressed in the similar red attire. There is a bit of a crowd sort of gathered around him, and he's sort of standing up on some blocks. So he's a little bit elevated, and he's saying, he's sort of preaching to these guys. When you guys step into the commune, he will notice you. He'll give you a sort of little smile, and then he'll address his followers again, and he'll say, friends, my dear mother has hired our guests to take me home. And you'll see, the crowd sort of turn to you, and there's some raised voices, but Renshu sort of holds up his hands to calm them. And he says, "Unfortunately, I must politely refuse. We have not yet finished our work." The crowd around him then begin to sort of chant. First, there's like one and then two, and it's like, Mahdi, Mahdi, Mahdi. Then he continues, don't judge them. They pursue a future they do not know and cannot change. We are each bound by our fate, but we still have a choice, do we not? And you'll hear the crowd of his followers all shout out, yes. And another follower will sort of call out, we always have a choice. Renshu will sort of nod approvingly of their response. And he'll say, how many times have we seen those who attempt to hide or avoid their fate, only to learn that it was their very actions that caused the foretold future? What if they had instead embraced destiny and lived without fear or regret? While we may only be small pieces in a much larger plan, we all have a role. He sort of inclines his head towards you guys, addressing you, and he says, even our guests are part of that plan. They are acting as fate dictates, as one of the many roads leading to a single destination, and so we cannot judge them too harshly for what will transpire. Instead of behaving as prisoners of the future, what will we be? And, in a chorus, the followers shout out, partners with destiny. And then he continues, and in the interim, we shall continue to help our neighbours while giving voice to the voiceless. We will challenge the Siridar governor and bring rights and decency to the people. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, we shall stand against tyranny.
You're going to have to get involved in like a public speaking philosophy argument.
Oh no.
And thus ends the cutscene. Do you wish to do anything in particular? Do you wish to call him out while he's in front of these crowd of people?
Don't see why.
Do it! Do it!
I think that is no. Well,
Unless,
then the
unless
crowd,
my lord.
the crowd are sort of chanting Mahdi, Mahdi, and then he sort of calms them, and then he steps down off the, what he was standing on, and he sort of walks through the crowd. There's like, you can clearly see these people have drunk the Kool-Aid. They worship this guy. As he walks, they part and they sort of bow their head, and some of them reach out and touch him as he walks past. And then he walks up to you people.
What do you mean, you people?
Or the players. He says, welcome to my commune. You understand that I will not be going with you. I will disappoint my mother this time. My place is here.
All right.
Hanson, this is where you're going to have to shine.
Thompson spotlight.
Yeah, I'm
Nathan's like going, ah, cough, cough. I'm
I-
losing connection, guys.
I have a couple of suggestions, though. One being, if he stays, the Bene Gesserit will have him, and they will want to test him. Two, someone's hiring mercs to kill his followers, and if he stays, that may continue. That is an assumption based on whether or not he actually cares about them, and I can only assume.
You can give me a body language roll.
I could.
In the box, please.
Derp, derp, derp. Let's see what else. Also, if he truly can see the future, then obviously he will be returned.
Are you saying that, or are you suggesting
I
that as
am
out of
I
character?
am saying this out of character for Ethan's benefit.
All right, so you can see from his body language that he seems genuinely convinced that what he's doing is the thing. He's not like pretending to be a leader. He's a genuine leader. He's fairly confident in his position.
He's convinced of his own legend.
You get that feeling. That's the way he sort of carries himself. He's very, very confident, especially in his response saying, I will not go back to his mother. And he will look at Tansen and say, I'm sure you understand. You have your own issues with your mother.
I don't actually. She's dead.
Sorry, your grandmother.
I actually have another potentially this is out of character angle to for him for Tansen to approach. You had established that this guy is the heir to a noble family.
Correct. He's the heir to House Mascara.
Then you could totally end up going with the angle that he can actually do a lot more good for these people as the guy in charge of that house.
But our best thing is is he open to having a side conversation away from the crowd?
If we try to abduct him, we're going to have to cut our way out of it.
We're not talking about abducting. I'm talking about having a conversation with him without his crowd around. In other words, a private conversation.
So he will say to Tansen, you have your own issues with your grandmother. I know what it feels like to feel that whatever you do is not enough.
While that may be the case, there always exists duty, and while you may feel as though your duty is to these people, you also have a duty to your family, which by fulfilling that duty, you can then get what you need in order to help these people and accomplish what you're looking to achieve.
He says, my place is here. My family would not permit this to continue, but it must.
Your family might not allow it now, but you are the heir to your house. So as when the time comes, you can decide what is appropriate for your house and for your family to work towards.
It says, I have seen glimpses of the future in my dreams, I see a torn tapestry of elusive fragments sewn together with the spice. I see a pillar of fire in the heart of Arakeen, a great war in the desert, a blind kangaroo mouse racing across the crest of a dune, a fleet of guild ships in orbit, a woman giving birth to a sandworm. These are a few visions fate has granted me, and I know my place is here. I will not go with you, and, as destiny would have it, I do not. Or as destiny dictates, I will not.
Um, Valtteri is a student of the philosophy of logic. He's not super great at it, but there's probably some language, some common quotations regarding the nature of visions and prophecy and that sort of thing, and how they are often mistaken.
Prophecy is a dream that comes true. Otherwise, it's a metaphor.
He will casually throw those into the conversation.
He says, I would like to hear more of what you have learnt. We should discuss this tonight. We don't need to discuss it now. Will you join me?
Yes.
All right, so you will also note there's a guy who you can see is obviously trained. He's doing like murder math, much in the same way that Atticus does all the time.
In which case, we're murder mathing each other.
So you pick him as a sort of bodyguard.
Then we have to exchange guy nods.
So this guy sort of is nearby and he's watching, and you can see by the no need for body language or anything like that, he just does not approve of you guys.
Well, I can understand where he's coming from. I don't approve of a lot of the stuff that Lord Tansen does, but, you know, I'm a bodyguard, so I shut up and do it.
Sometimes that means one-shotting a Zardacar in the middle of the garden.
Sometimes.
So this guy, he will. This will require a body language roll. So I will get people that have body language to roll in the box. So many people with body language.
Yeah, I think we all have it now.
And all successes. You can see that he is using like a visible restraint. He's like holding himself back. And then when Renshu invites you to the evening's festivities or whatever, that is enough for him to sort of step forward, and he sort of pushes his way past, stands in front of Renshu and sort of in between the rest of you guys.
Well, as soon as he starts moving forward, I'm going to be interposing myself between him and Tansen.
All right, so at this point, you'll have Renshu, then this guy, then Atticus, Tansen, and then the rest of you. So you two are sort of face to face, or Atticus and this guy are face to face. And he says, Mahdi, I have been listening quietly, but I do not trust. I do not trust these people. They wish you harm. They are deceitful and liars.
If we were deceitful and liars, why would we have helped with everything that we have done? We have saved your people. We've helped with your farming. And you think we're liars and deceitful? I think you're deceitful.
With that, he will draw his blade.
Bam! Blades out.
And Atticus, you can respond in kind, but you can see that he's not drawing his blade to attack. He sort of draws it and holds it up. Which of you would you guys know what a crysknife is? Would you be familiar with a crysknife?
We've seen them.
Maybe?
Cultural adaptability, I probably would know.
No, that's not what that would be for. It'd be cultural familiarity, Fremen.
No, we ran with the Fremen, so we've
No,
seen plenty of them.
Remember,
I think-
the advantage.
I know
let's
what the advantage
Let's
is.
do an IQ roll. If you don't have cultural familiarity, you're at -3. So if you don't have cultural familiarity, Fremen, then you're at -3. Well,
I'm not
succeed by
sure
7, that's enough.
I'm not sure if I care. It's a knife.
Well, like I said, we've seen plenty of them. We may not know the details.
Tycho was too busy
Okay,
going,
so-
man, yeah, I burned
Now-
him.
Hansen made it by enough. He may actually know the significance.
All right, so Valtieri, you will recognize it as the, I guess, fabled crysknife,
Yep.
the weapon of the Fremen. I don't know if Tansen would actually know that they're made from the tooth of a mega tooth.
But he might know that the fact that this guy has one means that he's either Fremen or has been accepted by them.
Or he killed
He's-
a Fremen who had an
Or he
unfixed
killed a
knife with
Fremen.
him.
You would, yeah. Okay, so you would have a fair idea that this guy's probably Fremen. You don't know the significance of the knife, and you probably don't know the legend that goes with the knife, and the fact that he's drawn the knife, what the significance of that actually is. So he holds the knife and he says, Mahdi, give me the honor of a duel. If fate has it that I am wrong, then I shall die. You will see that Renshu, quite calm, doesn't seem to be fazed by this. He sort of looks at his bodyguard and he just sort of gives him a casual nod, like, sure.
Well, it's probably better than my plan.
So, is anyone accepting the duel?
He hasn't directed it to us. He spoke to the to his lord.
So, Renshu just sort of gives him the nod, and then he turns back to you guys.
You will not
And-
bear a weapon in my lord's face.
Is he directing a challenge?
He's directing a challenge to you guys.
To anyone in particular?
I suppose he would probably be directing a challenge at Tunson, who would choose his champion.
I do enjoy living, so that is probably the path I would take, yes.
Let's see. Give me a reaction. No. It makes more sense for him to direct his thing to Tansen. So he will direct his challenge to Tansen.
Oh, I am no skilled fighter myself. If that be your, if
Choosing
if
a
you are set
champion
on the
is
challenge,
normal.
yeah, if you are set on the challenge, then I would nominate my champion to be Atticus.
He looks at you and says, "What leader are you? One who would ask someone else to die in his stead?"
My blood
That
before
assumes he
his.
dies.
And he sort of says, see, Mahdi, they are false.
Before, I was not going to kill you. Now, I am going to kill you.
If it is my destiny, then so be it. I will play my part in this.
Tell me, Mahdi, do you see this man by your side in the future?
That's a nice angle, dude.
Let's see.
But, he's intelligent and charismatic, so he's probably sufficiently smart enough as a cult leader to, say something that works around it.
Oh, undoubtedly you'll say the right thing, but it may plant the seed. While we're processing that,
He will say, the universe sees fit to glimpse me glimpses of the future. And I see that Bakar will serve his purpose in all this. his ripples will echo into the future, as will us all.
So, side note,
Nice non-answer.
were we specifically told to bring Renshu back alive?
Yes, unharmed.
Did they say unharmed?
Yes, unharmed.
Because I had a plan B here, but that doesn't bring him back alive.
So you don't have to accept the challenge.
Oh, I've accepted it.
That's up to Tansen.
Dude talked some crap to War Tansen, so I'm like, all right, I'll accept it. Now I'm gonna kill you.
So is Atticus stripping off his shirt and everything now?
It's gonna depend on how these guys do it. Because if dude starts stripping that stuff off, then yeah, I'll follow suit.
So is Tansen allowing the challenge to go ahead?
Yes.
All right. This guy will look at Tansen with disrespect. Like you've lost all credibility with this guy. You're getting someone else to fight your battle. But this guy will then step back, indicating that he has accepted the challenge from Atticus, and he will begin to strip down. And as is the Fremen way, he will be basically in his loincloth.
Which will be a surprise. To be like, okay.
He will toss his crysknife from hand to hand, staring down Atticus. Does Atticus strip down, or is Atticus going to go into this fully armored?
Yeah. Well, it's like, yeah, he's gonna look at it because this is a tradition that I don't think any of us are actually familiar with.
No, we wouldn't be.
People make a circle, and you can see that there's some people that have concerned looks on their faces, and others you imagine accept this is Destiny's plan. Things are happening the way they're supposed to happen.
This is one of those things that Tycho, with his cultural adaptability, would intuitively understand the nature of the ritual.
So is Atticus stripping down?
Yeah, once like Daniel said, once Tycho's like, yeah, this is certain. If he does, sort of like, oh, this is part of the ritual and such like that, and then he's probably gonna shrug and strip down. I mean, win on Arrakis and all that.
All right. Do you want to put this on a map?
I don't think we really need one, do we?
No,
Maybe
because I
not.
assume you're going to be in close combat and stuff.
During the setup and the proceeding, Valtteri would like to sort of scooch over to Renshu and talk to him about something.
All right. What do
Are
you
you gonna
talk to him
tase him?
about?
Valtteri is going to suggest to Renshu that I've come into the understanding that the Bene Gesserit would like to prove your status. If you were to
He looks at
submit-
you and he says, I know. He will say, in time, they will learn who I am.
Would you be willing to submit to being tested?
He smiles and says, I do not feel I need to appease them.
You don't need to. But what if it's true? What if you pass?
He will say, they will see when I take the water. And he'll sort of smile confidently.
All right. So he's going to try.
And fail.
That's not the right way.
Except you guys would fail your mission if he tried and failed.
Apparently.
Getting Barker out of the way is one step closer to us getting him home.
If he tried and failed, wait, you mean he's not the Mahdi? Spoilers.
Alright, so Tycho, you would also know that this is, if this guy is Fremen and this is the tradition, it is a fight to the death.
It was already going to be a fight to the death because the dude insulted Lord Tansen. But yeah.
I definitely would have conveyed all the relative cultural familiarity and significance of what this is to Tansen and Atticus.
If you, if you show mercy or anything like that, you would be dishonoring this guy. All right, so let me just put him on the tracker.
You know, I wish the tracker would automatically zero out the round when you remove everybody, all of the NPCs.
I think. Well, that's possible, but there is a reset. There is a reset, and there is a remove option. So they're separate.
Oh, I didn't know there was a reset. I'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, did you not?
Well,
it doesn't.
It's the
it
flag
doesn't wipe
icon.
out any of the characters. It just it resets the counter and it removes the marker.
All right, Atticus.
Just occurred to me. He's a Fremen using a grist knife.
Yeah.
It's poisoned.
Well, I just need to not get hit.
We know what that poison does now.
Yeah.
Well, I think we also determined it's only the first one, wasn't it? When we
You would
looked?
have to.
You would
Yeah, I would
appreciate-
have to replace it, and yeah.
All right. Well.
All right, so Atticus, you're up.
Oh yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, I seem to recall it. It wears off. It wears off the blade. I have to go find that.
Since this is a boss fight, this guy has fatigues and will be doing everything in his power not to get killed. Though that's success by 14 on the feint. Doesn't bode well for him. Alright, so you beat his feint, or your feint succeeds by 12.
Woo! That's a minus 13 on the defense then.
Okay, so you guys will shape up. You'll circle each other a few times. You see this guy's in a sort of low crouch. He's tossing the knife from one hand to the other, waiting for you to attack as you sort of circle each other. Then you move in to strike. And he's going to retreating Harry.
Yeah, I figure both of us have max evaluate, so they zero out.
Where's retreating dodge? He's going to use extra effort as well.
Yeah, I would suspect if he's using the poison, he's probably going to dodge more often than parry because each of the parries is going to reduce the poison.
He doesn't have acrobatics, so parry gives him +1. This is not going to be good for him. Nope.
Yeah, well, Atticus is tricksy.
Yep, he is.
Ouch.
I was going to say meh, but yeah, we're not wearing armor.
Ooh, that's
21 points of
21.
damage.
That's probably going to straight away put him in the negatives.
It does.
Bloody hope so.
And he's probably going to be a little surprised by that.
It is the way it's supposed to be. All right, he will shake off the major wound.
That's some fortitude right there.
So you will stab him. You stab him well. You realize that this is a blow that probably would have killed most others. And to your surprise, most times you attack someone like this, they usually go down, especially if they're not wearing any armor. But this guy is tough, and he will continue the fight.
For the record, Valtteri is going to pay very, very close attention to Renshu's body language, specifically as he gets hit like that.
All right, give me a roll in the box.
With Gwyneth Paltrow's head. So that was a vital strike. Did you include that on the...
Yes. Okay, so from the body language, you can see that there's certainly concern in his body language. Give me, you had psychology, yeah?
Actually, no, I do not.
All right, then give me an IQ roll. So you can see there's some concern in Renshu. Obviously he thought, oh, he just got stabbed. I could lose a friend here. But you can see through that a little bit further. And
surprise.
No, not surprise. But you can definitely see that he is fully, drank the Kool-Aid. He fully believes that this is destiny. Whatever's playing out here
okay, gotcha.
has been decided already. You can't change fates, and Barker, if he is to die here, it's part of Destiny's plan.
Gotcha.
But you can see that he's concerned that he might lose a friend here. All right, he's going to do a -3 deceptive on this attack. And that will succeed.
Does he have high pain threshold?
Check.
Because if he doesn't, he's going to be at -4
He
as
does
well.
have high pain threshold.
Okay.
I need to remember he also has fit.
Now that's not
Did he?
gonna.
Did he mutter, "Let us embrace at last"? Wow.
Yes, use up all those really good rolls. It's after 3 repeated
Yep.
attacks that they learn
Yeah,
you're doing the same thing.
correct. But this is just the
Is it
second.
after 3 or is it on 3?
I think it's after 3.
So succeed by 11.
Yeah, they usually don't get that far.
Okay, so -5. So
-6. Then.
deceptive -6. So again, he's going to be using extra effort on a parry. So his parry is going to be 10 minus. That's a successful parry.
Huh, good job.
He fends off your blade.
Is that the first one?
That's probably the
Yep.
first time anyone has successfully parried or defended without a critical. Mind you, it was very nearly a critical.
All right, that's one down.
Health roll. He is still conscious. He circles some more and will take another thrust at. Yeah, he'll take another thrust at Atticus.
Is he not making consciousness rolls?
I just made the roll.
Oh.
Doing again a -3 deceptive. And that will be a success.
Yeah, it's only 14.
You still have your luck to get through as well.
Yep.
True.
I actually contemplated burning it on the his successful roll, but I'm like, no, this is fine.
It
All
probably
right,
would have
so
worked in your favor.
this is the third one. Yep. That was weird. It says 5, but it like was frozen on the one showing up.
All right, he actually beats you. That's another first.
Are you wanting to do your luck now?
I am contemplating it.
Yeah.
Nah, not yet.
Do you have to decide now, or can you decide after the next roll?
No. Well, in that particular case, what he would be doing is making the other guy re-roll his success. But once you moved on, you moved on.
You'll just do a plain retreating parry, saving some fatigues. Which he succeeds.
That's 2 parries.
Health roll succeeds. He's going to change this up. He'll be doing a rapid strike, spending fatigue for flurry of blows to do 2 attacks. Two very good rolls, so that's 2 successes.
All right.
2 hits.
Doing acrobatics for the first one. And do I get the retreat as well for
do.
this? Okay. But it's not going to be a +3. It's going to only be a +1 since the second one's going to be a parry, right?
Well, you could dodge again. You could dodge twice, but you don't get your acrobatics on the second one.
Yeah, but the one with the parry would be +1 for the retreat.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the parry, so I'm slightly 1 point higher. I think I'm going to re-roll that.
Good thing you saved that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. God, I'm hitting the wrong one. Hold on, I have one more.
Side note.
That was give ground, not slip.
That is
Damn, I was hoping for 3 ones.
I saw
That
2
is-
ones there.
I know. I was like, no!
That is the third contact with that blade, so the poison is no longer viable.
And Atticus, you have fainted. You've done your trademark 3 times.
Yep.
So what's the effect of if you do it again?
You get, I think, a +1 to defend against it.
Okay. This guy is actually going toe to toe with you longer than any guy that you know so far, except for your trainers and such. He is a worthy foe. Whether you respect that or not, it's up to you, your character.
Yeah, I'm having to scramble.
I wonder if he would.
Damn it, that won't work. Yeah, he's gonna have to eat the -1 to defend. Maybe not. Okay, I know what I'll do.
Okay. So you don't have your luck anymore.
Oh yeah. That
He
was
succeeds by. Well, I won't say what he succeeds by until you rolled your next thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Actually, Damn it. Crap. Hold on. Sorry for the delay. I have to look something up really quick.
That's okay. That not sure. No, that is your
No,
feint.
that is not my trademark. Yeah, that's not part of my trademark move.
Okay.
He's doing a different feint. He's not used to having to do a different feint.
No, the player isn't. No, I was trying to determine if I can do a feint and then a counterattack.
Oh, well, if you parried, then... Well, it says the next attack, though.
But the feint wasn't an attack. That's why I was like,
Yeah. I agree, that is tricky. I happen to be pretty close to that counterattack. Blah, blah, blah. Roll against him. No.
Well,
Actually,
You can only
Since-
attempt it on your turn following a successful act of defense and only versus the foe against whom you defended.
so if I can use counterattack, this is going to be utilizing counterattack. But if I can't, it's just a torso swing. You know, sort of like coming down to disembowel.
I don't see it being
Really?
disallowed.
Never mind. I shouldn't have taken that deceptive.
okay. So, well, it's probably because your character has never had to. You've always been able to do your trademark move. You've almost forgotten how to attack normally. That's probably why you failed. Health roll. He will succeed and fight on. He had some success with the rapid strike. He will do it again.
Did he?
Yes, almost. He knew that in another universe he hit you. He will go for a thrust and then a swing.
So, Renchu saw 3 different versions of that.
And both are success.
There's a lot of jumping about.
Well, that's the way he fights.
I sometimes wonder if using acrobatics is worth it statistically.
Well,
Because there's like 2 opportunities to fail.
the deal is if your effective skill is going to be really low on the attack, but your acrobatic skill is high enough, then it's worth it making it. But the issue is if your effective skill and your acrobatics are like the same, you may as well just never mind the acrobatics.
Ah,
So 2 successful defenses.
yep.
Oh my god. Someone's managed to survive 5 turns with you.
It's happened before.
Has it?
Probably, possibly. As before, if I am able to actually use rapid or counterattack, then this is a counterattack.
Yeah, technically rapid strike is the same attack maneuver, so
Okay, so
okay.
counterattack gives you a
minus 2 to defend.
it's
An
minus
additional
2
minus
to
2.
-2 to parry, -1 to dodge or block.
he is going to
Roll an 18, whatever it is he's
And
going
he's
to do.
probably not going to want to dodge because he's definitely going to be within half move and dodge at this point.
He'll use a fatigues.
He still needs to roll an 18. So much for this. I think this session is going to be over early.
Yeah. So you beat him on the feint by 4. So he'll retreat and extra effort.
Well, if there's ever a situation where it's not cheesing it to do both, this would be it.
Okay, so we'll have to actually math that out. So he'll be +1,
Minus
Plus
6.
2, so he'll be +3 all up. So that'll be a succeed by 5, but he's at
minus
-6.
6.
So you get him.
See, that's
It's
better
just
than
a
him
swing
rolling
with a
an
knife.
18.
Yeah, it's basically like a disemboweling cut across like the belly or torso.
Ouch.
So that's like 1.5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted to go for that.
All right. No, it must be right. 2 death rolls.
Oof.
Succeeds both. And critically on the second one, he becomes undying.
I don't think that's how that
He's
works.
the Highlander.
Well, I'm gonna have to go for a feint target attack next swing.
Wait a sec.
Again,
he still
it
has
is the legend.
He has a knockdown roll because that's a major wound,
Bloody well better be a major wound.
which he succeeds easily.
Who just doesn't want to die?
Isn't he like suffering some? I can never remember which one it was. That it's harder for him to stay conscious when he's made
He
death
is now.
checks.
For every margin of every minus health, he is at -1 to
So
conscious
he's
ops.
currently
So it's
at
at -2.
-2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Which he
ain't looking too
succeeds.
good.
Jeez.
So you see that you have cut him deep. But his face is just pure focused on you, and he will again spend a fatigue to do the rapid strike. Although he's not going to have much fatigues left.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's about to run out, isn't he?
Got a few. All right, so he'll do a slash and a thrust. Ooh, that would have been a margin critical were it not for the rapid strike. So 2 successes.
Damn it, my brain was like locking up there for a second.
Okay, you're up. This guy's hanging on.
Yeah, I know. Let's see here.
Yeah, so to that
Just
previous
do this thing.
question, without the acrobatics on that first one, your roll would have been 15, which means that you would have made it on the roll that made acrobatics.
Yeah, but I was trying to get the bonus for both of the defenses.
Right, but only one of them gets it from acrobatics.
Oh, well, okay. Right.
Yeah, so
Whatever.
the deal is,
I like having high numbers. Thank you very much.
well, yeah, I mean, that's a thing, but
That's a lame feint.
whoever was asking about the numbers.
That probably won't even connect.
Me? He's still got shock though. Well, no, that's right. He's got
He's got
high
no
pain.
pain. So he's not doing extra effort. He's just going to do the normal defense, but he will retreat.
18.
He beat you in the feint.
Yeah, well, I rolled pretty mediocre in the feint.
Oh, crap. All right. You
What
beat him.
crap? Oh, no. Ooh, have another one.
Oh,
I just gave him an X across his chest because, I did one way and then it went the other way. Oh, damn, that's 1.5 too. Ooh,
uh-huh.
I just did 21 points of damage to that dude.
So that's
How?
one death roll.
So he's at 3. God, I got to do this 3 more times.
Yeah, maybe.
Please survive. Please survive. Oh,
Yeah,
all right. So
eventually.
with that, you slash him, and you can see that he's just standing there. He's holding his weapon, but he removes it from a sort of ready stance to like just hanging by his side. He's beginning to sway a little bit. Then he sort of drops to his knees. He looks up at you.
Can I interrupt here?
Sure.
Atticus is going to step forward and clench his hand, the guy's hand, so he does not let go of the weapon.
Okay.
And I just something along the lines of you fought well, or rest now, or something like that.
So, because he's all jacked up, you help. You see that he's about to lose his grip on his knife as he sort of passes out, and then you sort of clench his blood stained or soaked his hand so that he doesn't lose his knife, and he looks up at you, and you sort of make eye contact, and you have a bro moment. Just as his eyes sort of close and he falls to his side.
Ooh, 6 rounds.
All right, so
Had to earn that
Renshu.
one.
Renshu will sort of go over to his to Barker, kneel by his side, put a hand on his shoulder, and say, "Go with peace. You have you have done all that you were supposed to do. And the crowd of followers is sort of silent. The fact that this guy lost and this guy was sort of fighting to prove that you guys were false and all that sort of stuff. You can see that, there's like some seeds of doubt or concern in the followers. He was minus 46.
Yeah.
Oof.
You had done a total of 58 points of damage to him.
Oodles and oodles.
Yeah. How far away was he from auto death? Like one more?
Well, he was at minus 3. So autoed another 14 points, and he would have been auto dead.
He was at minus what?
Minus 46.
Oh, wow. If I had taken the exact same damage, I would have been 1 point higher. I would have been at minus 45.
You did a total of 58 points of damage.
Yeah. I took my regular hit points and subtracted 58. And that's why it's like minus 45. I'm like, whew.
All right.
Well.
So a quiet settles.
I have to get up and give Lord Tonson the guy nod.
The guy nodded in return.
You guys are probably all watching, stunned, because you've never seen someone actually survive this long against Atticus.
He was very good. In his youth, he must have been unstoppable. All right, now it's back over to you talkers. Although we are past time.
All right, so there is a little bit more to go. What is the plan? Do we know how far off Mark is for his stuff?
Hold on. I think he had commented on that it was. Let me look.
He was away. He was going to be away on some.
Yeah,
weekend.
it looks like he's saying the 12th of February is when he thinks the first actual session of play would be.
Okay, so we
that's
are.
1, 2.
Well, we probably have a session 0 before that, though.
That's 3 weeks away. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 weeks away.
Okay.
No, that would be session 0 because he was originally talking about February 5, but the missus told him, yeah, we're not going to be in town on the 5th. So he's like, we're gonna have to move it to the 12th.
And then that actually turned out to not be the case. They're not going up there anymore.
Oh, well then it might be in 2 weeks.
So we have an option here. There's not much left for this adventure, but we are past time, so we can play this out and then play this out. It's not going to take the whole session, but then we can move on to the next adventure after that in next week's session. Or we can play this one out now.
Yeah,
and then start new adventure next session.
Yeah, I think finishing up next week would work. It depends. You know how it is. It's like we go, this will only take 15 minutes, and then we cut to an hour later.
Well, I guess there is a thing that maybe we could do to maybe finish this up a little bit quicker is do you just want to finish up as a skill challenge?
What is it with you and skill challenges, man?
Well, we're running out of time. If we want to do a new campaign, we can do it next
Yeah,
week, and then we can kind of
that's-
finish this up.
That's probably not how this works here.
I'm offering a suggestion to the GM.
well-
It's up to him.
I would probably suggest that we go ahead and stretch it out to next week, because if we start a whole new campaign or a whole new adventure next week, and then we have another, I'd hate to get that cut off in the middle.
All right, so we will wrap it up here. You should give some thought to what you're going to do, because Renshu's made it clear that he is not planning to leave freely.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to trank him.
Yeah.
You guys are talkers. You should be able to convince him and logic bomb him straight into going, oh, wow, that's right.
Yeah, well, Ethan could probably benefit from a week to sort that out then.
Oh, that's if he thinks about it, because, he's a big slacker.
That is true. But yeah, also I might fare better next week because my throat's been killing me and it's been tough to think.
Oh, that's true. You are still recovering from whatever it was you had last night.
Yeah.
All right, so we will wrap it up here. Everyone will get 2 points.
Oh yeah, stuff.
Standard 2 points.
Yes.
I have made a decision. I'm going to be talking to Mark. I will not be participating in the next campaign.
You just don't like your brother. You can admit it.
No, it's not that I don't like my brother. It's
You
been
can admit it. We know.
doing
We know,
back-to-back
Mark.
campaigns for a while. I need to take a break.
Well, at least you acknowledge
I thought
that
you
you
had
don't
already
like
said
your
that.
brother.
I did not say I don't like my brother.
I
You
totally
said
heard you said
you
it.
said it's not because I don't like my brother.
That's a valid point.
That's
Logic
true.
bomb.
Whatever.
Come on, we know you don't like your brother. Or
But,
maybe it's just he doesn't like you.
I'll still, as long as so next week is going to be Dune. I'll be here for that. But when
Probably the
the
week
transition,
after that.
okay.
Yeah, probably the week after that is also Dune, and then after that it's Mark.
Okay,
I
so that's when I'll be
Most likely, yes.
taking the
Maybe.
break from at least the next campaign run. Please keep me in the loop for the next campaign after that.
No, we refuse.
Gee, thanks.
So any bookkeeping before we finish?
Not
Or-
yet.
No.
Okay.
I
So-
should improve my feint.
You don't need to improve your feint.
Wonder if-
What is the maximum on that?
It's going to depend.
No, you already got
me
the
check.
you already got the technique master.
Currently, no, I don't. I don't think I do. Let me.
Did
double
you
check.
not?
No, I currently don't. Currently, I have it maxed out. It's 5 points. So it is 5 points above my regular knife skill. Well, 5 point. Yeah, is that right? Okay, yeah, 4 points above
remember.
my skill points because it's 2 for the first level of feint, and then the remaining things are 1 point apiece. No, but if I end up picking up the technique master, that'll push it. I think another 3
I think
points.
that's 3 more. Yeah.
But I don't have plans along that line. Not yet. Till I
But
run
it'd
into
be
proper
hilarious.
Fremen who are like, oh, hey, you're not bad for a beginner, and go, what?
It'll get to the point. I'll just say, roll damage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what the Dune movie GM was saying to the Duncan character. It's like, yeah, just roll damage. You hit this guy. Cool.
But he's a Sardaukar.
All right. If you are watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
You should
Bye,
just
everybody.
change that. You should just change that word to something easier to pronounce.
No, I like a challenge. All right. Good night, stream.
All right.
Good night.